Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope everybody's doing great. We are live. And I figured today we could do some industry, hauling, salvaging, mining for today's session. Although we actually, you know what, we did the last two streams I've actually did hauling. So we're going to do a bit of a pivot. Since we've done, the last two streams of hauling, I guess will be our main focus is mining and salvaging. I haven't been in the reclaimer for quite some time, so we'll bring out the big num out, the reclaimer. That's what I named my reclaimer. You guys probably don't know that, but in fact, I'm thinking about the name, changes and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure it is still on the ship. Before we head out, I want to actually see if we have everything we need for, salvaging and mining. All right, we have our max lifter, and we'll carry one weapon just in case we get into a scuffle with somebody out in the verse. We have fuses and I want to check my multi-tools. Tractor beam and SRT. We're definitely going to carry one SRT just in case, for whatever reason the ship decides to go haywire on us, or we get attacked, so we can repair the ship. Before we head out, I'm going to swap out my helmet for something different. I want to go with more of an outfit that fits the industry, like an industry vibe sort of thing going on here. Let's see. In fact, I will throw in the search industry, see what comes up. Oh. Accidentally threw a slash in there. Let me redo it. Okay, so there's no outfits, armor that have industry in it, so we'll have to manually look through the inventory. See what we can come up with before we head out the door. All right. Uh-oh. I think if I am thinking... Oh, wait. No. I made a mistake there. That was a user error on my part. All right. So what we're going to do is look at core first. And then go from there. Yeah, I got a bunch of armors that I do want to get rid of. Reason being is I was doing a stealth video in the past. You guys can watch it on YouTube. That highlights basically a multiple or many outfits that I can think of that you could potentially use in certain environments, meaning like moons. I think it's every moon and planet that is currently available in the game. Since Nyx doesn't have any planets, that would be something I would have to update in that video. But it's up on YouTube in a playlist. You can, check out which planet or moon would be suited best for which, kind of stealth thing you want to do. For industry, what do we want for industry today? You have the Chiron Core AA support, and that's actually for medics. Although we're not doing like a medic kind of theme going on today. You know what? I'm going to go with the Strata Core Hurston Edition. I feel like that's an industry kind of outfit. In fact, I want to go with the Strata Core Hurston Black. We're going to go with that. And then, yeah, we have to get... That's the problem. We have to put everything back. It would be nice to have like a preset. You could save a preset and then have those auto-load onto your character. You also save a bit of time, I think, in that regard. Instead of reloading up everything on your character. And then, if the preset says we can't load this because their outfit can't fit it because it requires heavy armor, for example, like a certain size backpack, or I don't think weapons per se would do that. But if you don't have a backpack, I would say that the error would be like, or debug would be like, you can't put two, you can't put two weapons on without a backpack or something like that. Yeah, a little bit of a quality of life thing. All right, so I think it's easier just for us to look up the name Strata Core. It'll be a lot faster. So this would be Strata Core Hurston Black. And all of it should show up. Huh. All right, so we'll take out black out of that, and let's see if it comes out. So maybe I might have misspelled it. Strata Core Hurston. That all looks good. So we'll throw the search in. In fact, we'll take this off just in case. Nothing's coming up. Oh, because I have core in there, of course, duh. So it should pop up if I have this, right? Or wrong? No. So we probably have to bring it down to Strata. There it is. Yeah, that would be another key improvement. Being able to put like keywords and then the system being able to search on those keywords. All right, so it's going to load ourselves up. So at the time when this gear became readily available to players, there was an issue, a bug. I don't remember what the bug was. I think it could have been tied to your character, like thinking it was out of air, oxygen, and it would heave, or that plus you would run out of oxygen. I think that's what the old bug was tied to this. But it seems that our character's not like doing that now. But at least I remember that just in case it starts going haywire. All right, so we're gonna load ourselves up, weapon and max lifter. I think we have, yeah, we have the tractor beam and SRT attachment. I don't know why it's not. Oh, there it is. Okay. The only thing between, so weapon and SRT. So the weapon we have was the P4 AR. Okay, there it is. This is our crafted P4 AR. This is the materials were average about 500 or so quality, so that's what you get. You're looking at the screen. And all right, we're gonna throw on the ammo on us. We're just gonna pretty much load it all up. In fact, on this set, you get 2 less slots. So on a heavy set, you get a full 8 clips that you can carry. This one, you can only carry 6. I'm not sure why is this showing up here? We haven't gotten to the backpack unless it auto swapped everything, but I can't put this in my backpack. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. I guess that's a bug. So it didn't update the backpack. It was still locked onto our original backpack that we threw into storage. Okay, this is confusing. What's happening here? Okay, there it is. All right, so the backpack we had was the Morozov, which is going to be a bit, depending on how many Morozov backpacks I have. Okay, we got to clear. And it looks like the inventory is busted. So you have to like bounce between personal to local in order to get it to work. All right, so there are backpacks. It's probably easier just to search Morozov. So we reduce the amount of bags we have to look through. All right, so Morozov, Morozov. And we're going to look for the one that has stuff in it. Although it's not giving us an indicator that there is something in it. So we have to hover over each one. Okay. Okay, I don't know what is going on here. Yeah, the inventory is a bit borked. Yeah, so speaking of, you know, borked and stuff like that, currently we are on the Hotfix live channel. I don't know if it's tied to this. Maybe what I'll do is I'll jump back onto the live without the hotfix and see if that's better. Because right now, oh, The inventory just started working again. And yeah, it's still locked onto Morozov. Let's see, let's clear it again. All right, I'm going to do a quick sweep. I want to see if there's a percentage on any of the bags. I'm pretty sure I had a Morozov equipped to us. But normally it gives us a percentage to show that there's something in the bag, but I'm not getting it. Oh, wait, what is that? Here it is. Is this it? I have a med pen that keeps highlighting. So what I'm going to do is open it and see whether or not this is the bag. No. Let's go back. Oh, so I mean, that's perhaps it was a user error. I just noticed these tabs. Okay, so I have an indicator. There's a little red indicator. Maybe this might be it. So what I'm going to do is open this one up. And there is nothing in this one. You know, it'd be easier, I think, having a system where it detects or gives a percentage like it used to do before. I mean, it's quite possible it is there. It's just probably buggy. You know, you're getting like this, you see this animation where it's flipping from the bag to the little ammo clip. And there's nothing in there. All right, I have an idea. So what we're going to do a quick Morozov. Just put Moro. Should come up. There it is. All right, so I'm going to open up every bag pretty much. I'm just curious to see whether or not it's in any of these bags or we just lost it. Is there a way to get rid of these? See, like it's stacking. You know, like if you right click, delete, whatever. No, it just keeps adding and compiling. Okay, so far I have nothing. Oh, there it is. The last bag, of course. I mean, there was no indication to show. Oh, I also thought of something else. Is like a drag. Similar to like if you're on a desktop, you hold down left click, you drag. That would be a nice kind of thing. Just like drag and then you get all these things highlighted instead of, or at least that is an option. Quality of life, you could just, you know, do that, drag and then pull everything in, or you could just, you know, move it over. Let's see if that works. There it is. Perfect. At least having, you know, another additional thing if you want to do that way. But now we have all of these tabs open. Let's see if we can clear them. Settings, let's see. No, settings doesn't do anything. So now we have all of these tabs open. Is there a way to get rid of them after? All right, let's get out of it. Let's see if it resets. Okay, I guess that's the only way to clear it. Okay, all right, so we got the stuff out of our bags. Next thing we need is, in fact, I'm going to get some more sentience if it loads up. Oh, that's why. Okay, well, it looks like we have no sentience here, which is weird. I think I bought probably 100 of these, but for some reason we don't have it. All right, so we'll buy that. I'm gonna load up the max lifter, and I think that should be it for you know, utilities, stuff in our bag. You know, we're not gonna go too crazy in case we die, so when you lose everything. Actually, we don't need the P6 ammo. In fact, I might bring more P4AR magazines. First, we're going to get the max lifter, which is under utilities. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Okay, some reason, why isn't it showing up? Okay, there you go. And utilities. Max lifter. No, that's the SRT. There it is. And we'll toss that in on our bag. And I think we're good to go. In fact, we might, I don't know if I have any of these this gadget for hand mining. I'm not going to go too crazy. We're just going to skip that. All right, so the last thing we need is to go upstairs, grab some more sentience. Hey, what's up, Cade? Good morning, man. Sounds good. How you doing today? It's a going. Well, thank you for joining me and lurking. Hope the housework goes well for you.
Welcome.
So today, I don't know how long you just joined in. We're gonna do some industry stuff. I figured that the last two streams we did hauling, and I wanted to see. We're gonna start out with salvaging today, specifically with the reclaimer. I want to see what the situation is with the reclaimer. And then, you know, if we have more time, we'll jump over to the mining. I know we did mining a few streams ago, crafting the AR, the P4AR. Love me so salvage. Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't done salvage in a while. Well, today is the day. Today is the day. Today is the day. And you know, as the hype builds, as we get closer to Invictus, I did throw some videos of the battle cruiser and the ironclads. In fact, I was pretty shocked during my research. I think I was researching about 2 hours. And it was interesting. I didn't find any confirmation, you know, via like Star Citizen Live or any of the Star Citizen, you know, CIG channels confirming the ironclads. But I mean, you know, technically, like showing off like the you know, the roadmap in terms of load 0 and all that sort of stuff, gray box. That's an indirect way, but I haven't found any like channels of communication of them directly saying that it's going to be correlated around that event, which drove me crazy. Some people say that it was confirmed. I couldn't find it. Have you found? Do you know if there has been any formal confirmation from CIG about that? Yeah, saw those this morning. Look pretty cool. Thanks. Well, thanks on the video part, but yes, I think a lot of people are going to be anticipating, and a lot of hype is going to be. I think, well, one being the battle cruiser, and we all know. I think the community and people outside the community anticipate that the battle cruiser will be sold out immediately, and it will be a middle. I wouldn't be surprised it'll be a you know, limited sale on top of that. But it's going to be very exciting. I do have a viewer named Hui Master. He's going to try to get one for himself. That's pretty exciting. I don't know. I'm still on the fence on myself even getting one, depending on the cost of it. You know, we don't know what they're going to charge. In fact, I did find somebody equating it to the meters of the ship and the cost, which I found a pretty good, useful way of calculating. They've done that with the Javelin per se. You know, each meter per cost like $6 per meter or something like that, for example. All right, so let's grab the reclaimer. We're going to throw it up on the deck. I was just blabbing on there. But I'm also very, very excited about the ironclads. Likely going to be, or should likely be at Invictus. You know, I suppose, I'm sure that, you know, if there's any kind of major issues or bugs, you know, that's always to be a thing. All right, so we're going to get some sentence. You know, I'm also thought outside the box too, whether or not, you know, CIG is holding back on maybe a surprise for the community and newcomers and whatnot during Invictus. I did make a prediction several months ago. One battle cruiser being, you know, introduced during Invictus, which ended up being true. Jared did mention it. Benoit really put Jared under the hot mic during his Star Citizen Live, and you know, Javelin was the other thing I predicted, since, you know, with the Idris coming in last Invictus, which is an incredible surprise for all of the players in Star Citizen. All right, we're loaded up. We have a bunch of sentinels. I think we'll load ourselves up. Maybe about 15 crews should be enough for us to. I think it'll be plenty to do a round. And also, I just remembered, I jumped on, I realized that the Tech Preview channel is open. It's under NDA. I can't, unfortunately, share any of the content via, pic or picture, or rather image or video. But I can say that they're testing the new transport, or I guess you could say the updated transport systems, meaning like trams, elevators. I don't know if you've heard about that. I jumped on just to, try it out. I think the focus was yesterday, still possibly for today as well, is just generally testing out the elevator going, or at least the specific elevators at Crusader, from Personal Hangar up to the common area where the ASOP terminals are, and Grim Hex were the focus. And I noticed that I was trying out the ones at Orison, and they were not working. But it's Tech Preview. It's Evocati. Very, 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 very beginning. And expected. The idea, doing this is to try to get it out, during Invictus. But I haven't had the chance to even get onto the trams. They've been doing the testing on that last, I don't know if it was a wave, build, or whatever, how they're doing it. I'd imagine it would be by waves, but I didn't have the chance to do the trams. Seeing the Reclaimer and just looking up close at it, I haven't seen it in a while up close, but it is still, to me, a glorious sight to see. Huge, industrial looking. Although, if you're, I'd imagine if a new player would think this is like a big garbage truck going around in the verse and stuff like that. Well, in some case, in some relevance, yeah. In some case, more of recycling. It's a good money maker. Have you been using it recently, or at least 4.7, even this latest patch, 4.1? And how is it? I know there have been complaints in the past. I did make a video about it. Just, you know, not for a while. The last time I've used it, well, off the top of my head, I do remember just running out and doing the unverified missions where you take apart the Hammerhead, Starfarer. Essentially, those were the money makers. So you just get all that construction material and you just sell it at Grim Hex. I do remember players complaining about materials have gotten nerfed and stuff, meaning, you know, selling it doesn't yield much profits as much. So sort of a balancing act per se. But I mean, we're going to find out together today. I also do want to try out the scraping heads on the port side and the starboard side as well. All right, so I'm also curious to see if there is any salvage out over Nyx. Something I didn't really think about. Okay, so there is. So we do have a salvage mission, 31K. All right, so this is an introductory contract will require you to head to a wreck site in the Glacium Ring and strip an abandoned ship approved for salvage. So this one doesn't, like your typical missions, I don't know if they still do it in Stanton, but you have to pay to get the salvage rights. This one doesn't, you know, doesn't have that. You just accept the mission, you make yourself 31K. Once you've gathered all the RMC, you'll deliver it to the freight elevator located at Levski. Disclaimer, contracts are responsible for ensuring that they are collecting materials from vehicles that are considered fair salvage under the pursuant UEE laws. Andio Holdings is no way liable for any crimes or misdemeanors committed by contractors and will offer no compensation or reparations for any persons affected by these actions. Interesting. Funny fact that it's funny that they put this in there. All right, so there's no unverified when it comes to salvage missions. I'm just curious. I'm gonna do this mission since it's an introductory.
Shields offline.
In fact, I am curious. I don't know if I have any ship angles with this ship. No, I don't. Well, the good thing is the salvage site is not too far away, 15 gigameters.
Quantum travel initiated.
All right, so we'll do some quick camera angles. And we're about to reach our destination. So I was able to get 4 angles. Just want to get one more from the front. And I think that looks pretty nice. Okay. In fact, we got 3 or 6 angles. All right, so there's the ship. We're gonna head over to Gladius. In fact, this is gonna especially this is really overkill with the reclaimer. This is gonna be like, this ship is gonna eat it up for breakfast. Yeah, there's really no point in scraping this, is there? I think it's way too small to scrape. We're just gonna break it up with the oh wait, I think we do have to scrape it, as far as I remember. All right, so we'll use the starboard side. And we'll scrape up the ship as best as we can. I don't think we're going to be able to scrape it, although the radius should be a lot larger than, you know, the Fortune and the Vulture compared to those ships.
Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
Okay, it looks to be that we're too far away, or... All right, it says there's no target. Oh, it's too far. What's the maximum distance? 200... is it 200 meters? Oh, 100. Let's see. Let's go this way. In fact, we'll leave it right about here. I think that should be good. Nice, it worked. Okay. In fact, we're going to bring it nice and close. And I absolutely love the fact that you can, you know, bounce between tractor beam. Look at that. It seriously does the entire ship in one shot. Seriously, look. The bottom of the ship is already gone. Insane. Funny. Yeah, that's why it has the nickname Nom 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 Nom. Oh wow! So it in fact did I don't know, for some reason it did the front, the back, and the front completely. All right, so deliver the 1 SEU recycled material to Levski, so we'll do that. I just noticed only 4 of our weapons are firing, but I do see another pair of weapons, total of 6, not firing. I wonder if it's to do with my controls. Let's see. In fact, even clicking it with my mouse only still fires 4. That's a turret? I mean, shouldn't it be firing also, since it's showing up on our screen here? I mean, I could have sworn. I thought all 6 fired at once. Yeah, there are 6 that show up on the top left corner. By the 3D graphics of the reclaimer. I could have sworn, remembering, it was able to fire all 6 at once. Sounds good, Cade. All right, we just made it back to Levski. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Bit annoying there. Having to hook up to the port and then resummoning the ship in the Purcell hangar. The joys of the Reclaimer. Yes, I wanted to come back and revisit the Reclaimer. I wanted to see what it's... Uh-oh. So I just hit the auto docking, and this is what's going on. You have a feeling it's not going to last, IAE. Especially the new Hammerhead is real. Well, I mean, if the new Hammerhead is in fact real, and having, I guess, mini god lasers, I'd imagine it'd be a big seller as well, along with the battle cruiser. We all know the battle cruiser is going to sell out immediately, and it's going to be a limited sale. I'm that's my opinion. But how much limited sale is going to be? That's going to be a question of itself. And then I think it's going to be the range of 4,000. I mean, if it goes upwards, it could probably go 45 to even 5. But as far as my research, it's going to be between the size, obviously larger than the Javelin, and then smaller than the Bengal, as far as my research is concerned. It depends. Yeah, the battle cruiser. I think most play. I mean, like, it's like it gone from, you know, players. What their players are willing to, you know, obviously contribute, right, in the development. People went upwards to the Idris comfortably in some fashion. Javelin, you know, was a bit. What's happening with the elevator? Oh, there we go. But the Javelin, on the other end, it became more limited to the scope of, you know, how much money people can spend. And I think the testament is going to be the battle cruiser. How many people willing to spend whatever the price is for that? But yes, I agree with you. With the Hammerhead is shouldn't be a limited sale. You know, similar to the Polaris. Oh, we went out the wrong way. But with the, if you're saying it's true about the Hammerhead, I think that's going to be probably one heck of a seller for IE. You know, I think the Ironclads will probably be just on the bottom, but it's going to be a good seller as well. I think out of the rank of sellers is going to probably be the battle cruiser, maybe number one. Hammer at number 2, and then number 3, with between the Ironclads is going to be an interesting one. Reclaimer likely gonna get turned either into a regular Ironclad, already have the Assault, or to the Hammerhead. Pretty much what you just said before. The variant. I mean, it just makes more sense if they were to just do modules from now on. Like, having all these different variant ships, like, you have to... I mean, look at my ASOP terminal. I have an Idris M, Idris P. It's like it fills up the terminal immediately. Like it just, I mean, it helps to have a search bar, of course, but it just searching through a list like this, it just adds more redundancy. I think, you know, like, all right, for example, it would be a good, another good example would be like the A1 or A2, A2, C2, and the M2, just having them modular, just the same with other ships that have a similar design, you know, rather than having them as totally separate from each other, would save a lot on, you know, through a list like this. You're wondering if the Laser Hammerhead actually be a module for the gold standard Hammerhead. I mean, who's to say? They did do the Aurora, although I don't have the Aurora. I just have the Mark 1. But the Aurora, I think that was a good idea, to making it module. I think that's a very good step, right? Instead of having like all these multiple ships, especially like if a player wanted to go crazy, oh, I want to get an Idris M or an Idris P, but instead of buying both, they could buy the module for, you know, cheaper than actually buying the entire ship. Would make more sense rather than buying the entire Idris M and the entire Idris P. And no, if you're wondering if I've actually bought 2 of these ships, no. The one is I guess it's a whole placeholder until the Javelin comes out. I predicted Javelin coming out this Invictus, but I think that as Invictus approaches, my doubt is increasing. You know, last Invictus with Idris coming in, that was a huge surprise for all of his players. I mean, it could very well happen. We don't know. You know, Idris is supposed to come into the game after Squadron 42 was released. So nothing stops, you know, CIG from just changing their answer. They've changed it with F8C, the Idris in general, right? M and the P. You know, it doesn't stop them from doing it with the Javelin. With the battle cruiser,
vehicle selected. Stand by.
In fairness, the Idris was a fairly last-minute surprise. I remembered how mental my Org's voice chat went when the data mined the skins. Do you have data miners? Do you have folks in the org that can do data mining and stuff? That's pretty cool. Or did they just get that information from, I guess, somewhere else? But regardless, yeah. I in fact, when I was like very, very psyched to hear about the Idris, at the time. All good. Yeah, I said, do you have someone in the org that can actually do data mining and such? Or did they probably get that from, like, I guess Reddit or some other source? I mean, there's plenty of sources out, you know, out in the internet, but yes, what I was saying before is I was incredibly psyched. What is happening with our oh, okay. For some reason our elevator went through the ground. And I have to, oh, there it is. I had to find where the terminal is. We got it from the pipeline. Oh, we went down the wrong way. We got it from the pipeline and from the club. My org lead runs the Javelin and Idris Propator Club Discord, and some of the folks in there have their finger on the pulse of the data mining community. That's cool. Any word about the battle cruiser? I'm sure that's, I know from past Star Citizen videos. I don't know if it was Jared that mentioned it, but they said with the battle cruiser coming in, I'm not talking about the last conversation he had with Benoit. I'm talking like last year. That the battle cruiser would be supposed to be the last concept, and okay, there it is. So, and it's supposed to, one, be the last concept, and you think so? I mean, the battle cruiser being a variant of the Bengal, I mean, it would make sense, because I was going to say that either Jared or one of the developers had mentioned that when they do announce the battle cruiser, which has already happened, it'll be close to essentially be like, once announced, it won't be too far along where it will be released. I vaguely remember that being said. If true, if, you know, I mean, then again, things happen. If true, that's pretty exciting. Recycled material. So this this mission, I can't complete it because in order for me to complete it, I have to drop off the recycled material at Levski. And I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot do that. Because I only have 0.61 SCUs. So this mission is completely... Not unless I was supposed to actually completely destroy the ship and But then I would be collecting construction material, and that'll be a separate SCU in itself. This is requiring recycled material. Well, it would be easier. I would imagine it for a developer, right, is to take like the Bangle, for example. That's already, you know, the exterior is already made in the verse, right? And then just working upon that and then creating a variant of it would make a lot of sense, and likelihood would be faster to develop rather than remaking an entire ship from scratch, you know. But I don't know, information is interesting. I was going crazy yesterday trying to, and actually probably 2 days ago, trying to get the exact accuracies and facts behind the battlecruiser and whatnot. But according to my research, maybe you might have different information, is that the battlecruiser is supposed to, and I said this before on the stream, the battlecruiser's got to be is supposed to be between the size larger than the Javelin but smaller than the Bangle ship. So in that area between those ships size. I mean, unless CIG has, I know they've been trying to craft their own type of tools. Yeah, that's a good explanation. I mean, they you know, speaking of which, they do like those Easter eggs with their videos and stuff. It is quite possible that it is. Why did our ship just? Oh, his ship just went up in the air for a second. I mean, it is quite possible that they could be using you know, older assets and stuff like that.
Launch complete.
I mean, it's not the first time they've ever, you know, dropped Easter eggs and stuff like that. Players figure out the Easter eggs and whatnot. But it's hard to determine, you know, especially like if you look at the Squadron 42 video that they released at the preview. It's hard to say because to determine the angle and the size of each of those Bangle quote ships in size scale to each other, it's very difficult to say. They're too far apart distance-wise from each other to say that one is smaller than the other or one is larger than the other. But the Argus you mentioned is the ship that I'm trying to remember. I would imagine it's the main. I don't know his rank. I'm not going to even attempt to know it. Other than just, it's a guy with white hair and a beard. Or no, I don't think he has a beard. Let's see. Star Citizen. In fact, it's probably a bad idea just to leave my ship here. I don't want somebody jumping onto our ship.
Shields offline.
It could be hard to discern, yes, but there do seem to be like half bangles. Like you just take some of the lower deck of the bangle and the lower main thrusters and turn it into a half-size escort carrier. I think there's variant that with just the lower deck and gun turrets. I don't know any of that information. I would have to look that up. I mean, it is quite possible. I mean, I was saying that regarding, like, you know, with the Genesis system that they're bringing online, and they've mentioned in the past that they were building tools to make it easier and faster for development. You know, I guess it would be their own internal tools to help them develop, like, ships, planets, terrain, etc. To better bring the development up to speed than, you know, the prior years of development taking such a long time. Is that so? You could sort of see the background. We had some closer up images leaked a while ago, but when the prologue first got leaked from the investor demo CIG put on, I don't remember seeing that. Let me see. How long ago was that, Rivikara?
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, a few years. Yeah, investors had a behind closed doors demo with a prologue. Things were a lot more beam heavy in terms of combat, but it was more or less an early version of what we finally saw at CitizenCon. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If they have investors or they are venture capitalists or whatever, how they're doing their finances and stuff like that, it makes sense. They would have to pitch something enough for them to entice them to invest into the project. I'm curious to see whether or not it is possibly still in the game. I'll do a quick search once we get over to Stanton. See if we can find any traces of this. And then, you know, while we're in Quantum, I'm also going to search the Squadron 42 demo video, and we'll take a look at the bangles in the video as well. Also, Revocare, maybe you might know. Do you know whether or not the Ironclads were officially confirmed to be released during Invictus 2956? I was going nuts looking for that. Whether it was from video, sometimes they do confirmations through their, you know, Star Citizen videos on YouTube, or you know, in their official channels, obviously on the Roberts Space Industries website. I couldn't find anything that confirmed it, other than, you know, like them doing the roadmap, showing us the progression of ships, you know, gray box, white box, load 01. Yeah, that is, as far as what I do know, like, that's a nuance. It's I didn't want to just say, like, in my video, that is confirmed. It's not true, but it's a nuance to the community that we believe that it will be, you know, released during the Invictus. Just makes sense. I mean, then again, you know, if something like major happens, it could be postponed. Command module in the land gear? Is that this? I know Wednesdays is when they drop, you know, weekly stuff. Is that in there? I know the last one was the Drake Kraken, along with the Raylan. What was the other image? All right, we're gonna set the course for Crusader. All right, so while we're in Quantum, I'm going to try to look up multiple things if I can. The command module looks to be the same as, in fact, I think it is the identical of the Caterpillar. I think they're using the Caterpillar's design for the rest of the Krakens. As far as I was looking at the video, the recent video that I put on, although I didn't put that part of the section of their video about the Ironclads, but they do show the command modules. You could see the 3D render. Looks exactly like the Caterpillar's command module, so they might all share the same. Oh, it's meant to be bigger. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You got a larger crew. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so we're in Quantum. I mean, it looks like we're going to be in Crusader pretty quick. All right, so we're going to look up Star Citizen. Let's see, space, obviously, and it's you know, it's interesting. I find more content creators. I find content creators all the way on the top, taking on the top of the search rather than the official channel. I find that interesting. So we're gonna put SQ if you guys ever want to look it up. SQ42 should pop up. There it is. We're going to turn this off. Let's see, skip to this section. And there it is. Quality 4K. There we go. There's one bangle there. Javelin in the background. Although this bangle looks a bit different, right? I just noticed that. Oh. Is this the Argus? This has got to be the Argus. Idris, Hammerhead, Idris, and Javelin over here. Let me get a better pic. Let's go back. Probably... maybe here? Yeah. This is the Argus, right? As far as I know. Or at least the front. Or the bridge area. It's hard to, like, go through this. Okay. So this is a further back image. It's very difficult to see anything here, actually. Oh, here it is. Middle left. I think there might be a delay here. I don't think that's the Argus. I think that's Bishop's main ship. So I'd imagine this is Bishop's ship here. Ah, okay. Here, where my mouse is. I wonder if we could zoom in. Does that work? No, we can't zoom in on a video. That sucks. Oh, this is Bishop's ship. Okay. But it's different from the other Bangle ships? Is that what you're saying? All right, there's Bishop, right? And there's the front. Upper portion has two Bangle battleships. Far middle left is the escort carrier Bangle. Are there, I know in the past I've actually downloaded, I don't know where it is, but you have a view of all of the ships in Star Citizen. I'm wondering if they've done that for the Bangles specifically. Or maybe, I know there is a site that shows you the 3D image of a ship, and you can also, you know, put your own layout of your own personal ships on it as well. I haven't done it yet. I want to do that. As far as I know, Bishop's ship is the only fully fledged Bangle in there. Also named Bishop's Bangle is their UEE's Krugery. So that's his, I guess, his specific Bangle ship, is what you're saying? From my understanding? And there's Wade. But look at the size of these cannons, man. What do you think the size of those things are? Size 12? It's insanely large. I'm trying to get a better shot. Maybe during a battle shot. Here we go. Okay, this one was destroyed. All right, so now is this one a Bengal battleship? Those are quad 12s. And I know for a fact the turret they're housing is the size of an Idris and can rotate. That's amazing. Oh, you mean the size of the Idris's M railgun? That's the Argus. You could tell the battleship because no hunched forward command bridge. Upper deck has 3 Trigun cannon turrets as the main armament. You have a better eye than I do. I'll have to say, because the turret on the Bengal's belly is the size of an Idris. That is insane. That is insane. That's crazy to think the size of that cannon. The quads, by the way. If I'm thinking of this right, where is it? Oh yeah, this is when they destroy the ship, right? Or wrong? It's very hard to like skip through the timeline in YouTube. Could do this better in a my video editing software. If I can bring it up, I'll Oh wait. Is this it? Are these the quads that you were referring to before? No, actually 1, 2, 3. These are the 3, but this has 4, I think. Oh yeah, this is 4. All right, so let's skip. Try to get back to. All right, so this is what you're referring to that's larger than the Idris, these quads. And then one is bashed up, as you can see. Yeah, there it is. One's all battered, destroyed, while 3 of them are still working. So these, just these alone, are the size of an Idris. That is insane to think about how the size of the ship is crazy. It's seriously, it's hard to wrap my head around. It's crazy. All right, so let's skip. All right, so this is the same ship. So I'd imagine, you know, these large turrets are probably still massive. If those other, you know, railgun kind of Yep, that's a Bengal. You can tell the Bengal apart from the rest because only it has that belly turret with the 4 railguns. The top deck is clear for fighters, ops, and the bridge area kind of hangs forward over the upper flight deck. Okay. But this is Bishop's ship, though. Oh, Bishop and Wade are in the ship. And then they're going to take a shot at their ship, or rather, they're going to they have their pods getting onto the ship now, and they're going to, I guess, launch a. Well, anyways, yeah, just about here is where they hit the ship, and they raise the shield just in time before actually dying to this huge blast from the mothership. Vandal mothership, man. Oh, okay. Now I have a better picture. I appreciate you, you know, throwing all this info at me. I'm probably going to forget a lot of it, but at least now I understand that. Now I understand Bishop's ship is a full Bangle. Everything else in the fleet that looks like a Bangle is either a battleship variant or one of those half-hull escort carriers. Got it. Yeah, so now that makes more sense to me. I mean, that, you know what you were saying before now is making more sense, a lot more sense. You know, them taking a Bangle and then, you know, remaking it into a battleship, or battle cruiser, rather. Let's see if I can get possibly a better angle. Yeah, I think you're right about that. There's no other angle other than these distance shots from all the other ships. Although there was one pretty good one. I don't know if it's... Oh, here it is. Right here. There it is. Perfect. This is a good shot right here. All right, so this is Bishop's shot in the middle, I suspect, right? And from the looks of it, this Bangle is the battleship with all its 3 cannons. Now this one, on the other hand, could be the carrier you were talking about, the one far off in the distance where my mouse is. From the looks on this side, I don't see another Bangle unless... no, this is an Idris. Javelin, excuse me. The one on the right, 2 Bangle battleships. So this one where my mouse is currently, and then this one where my mouse is currently, and then oh, the far left is the half escort carrier. Well, the left would be... You're talking about this one? Where my mouse is currently? I'm gonna go back a second. Let me see. I mean, this one gives a better image. So yeah, the main one is here, battle, and then another battle. We're going to keep going forward until we can see the... Oh yeah, so this one is what you said is the carrier, where my mouse is. And we're going to keep going. But each one of these Bangles are, you know, I'd imagine this one being the largest among the Bangles. The battleship one being smaller, and then the now is the carrier and the battleship the same size, or are those two different sizes? And then we have one in the distance right over here where my mouse is. The battleship is a little smaller. Oh, I just realized I forgot we were in. Totally forgot where. I don't want to get logged out. I'm surprised we haven't had anybody board our ship. Oh, that's because we're moving the entire time. I'm going to set ourselves a little away from here so we don't, so we're in a safe area. So we'll leave ourselves about here. All right, so you think that these all right, the battleships are smaller, and the other way to tell is the different engines. Okay. Oh, right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, so the engine is on the bottom on the battleship here. And this is the main bangle, which has the engine which is on the bottom and the top. That's perfect. Okay, now we have a better view here. So the battleship only has its main engine on the bottom here. The main bangle has bottom and top. This one looks like a battleship as well, this bangle. In fact, I have this shot in my my battle cruiser teaser video. If you guys watched it, this is one of the shots I've used, or in fact, the zoom in shot I've used. All right, so this one you were saying this is the one that is the carrier. The half-hull carriers is like strip away the 2/3 of the upper deck of the bangle, just keep the lower engines. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Narcellus. Make it half the length. So essentially, what we're saying is, if you were to do the development of the battle cruisers, that's what you would do in order to make the battle cruiser? All right, yeah, so that is another type of bangle. So this is one you were referring to as the carrier, the one that I'm hovering with my mouse currently. Okay. Yeah, the rest of these, this is obviously a javelin. This is a javelin. That's a javelin. Over here where my mouse is an Idris. And then I think in this shot is when the camera goes in. Oh, there it is. Definitely has an RSI vibe to it. They like those big, sticky out pin bits around their engines. Yeah, the Polaris has that as well. I noticed. I can't think of any other ship. That was like the one that stuck out when you said that. I'm going to try this mission again, this beginning mission for salvage. Since we already have, you know, 0.6 in the tank, might as well, you know, I think at the end of the day, we're probably going to need 1 SCU of it. There was other things I wanted to look up while we were discussing all of this stuff. So we have 30 gigameters before we reach her L1. Let's see. I'm going to go back in our history what we were talking about. We were talking about... All right, so data mining. All right, we were talking about the battle cruiser. Oh. So the investors behind the closed doors leak. I'm going to see if I can find that. Let's see. Star Citizen. Behind, maybe label it that way. Behind closed doors. Investor leak. Was it footage or is it like... you know, static images? Do you know? I'm gonna actually, in fact, I'll just put images or videos. Well, do you know exactly the name, like, of the ship? So I can, like, really define the search? Oh, it was images you mentioned before. So we had some closer up images leaked a while ago. All right, so we'll keep the search vague. I'll just say Star System behind closed doors, investors leak images, videos. Oh. Okay. Looks like my looks like my search is not playing ball right now. So we're going to continue over to the site. The leak is from 2022. Okay. ...2022. That was during COVID, well, the area of COVID. Or at least going the tail end, I would suppose. Hard to say. Period was a blur. Am I good to post links to some stills? I would say throw. Are you on my Discord by any chance, or no? Actually, you know what? Could you give me the information on the search? Better yet, I'll pull it up. Oh, just join the Discord. Welcome to Discord. See. Oh, won't let you throw a link in or anything like that? I mean, you could send me a message directly. That'll probably speed things up. I'll do this really quick. See if I could message. I'll just say hi. There you go. All right. So while you're doing that, oh, okay. There it is. So bring this up. I don't know. How is do you know, I don't know how the whole thing with Reddit, we're allowed to, you know, show anything from Reddit. Also, Squadron 42 leak 2022 was what you search. Okay. I don't know with Reddit and stuff. I don't know how their policies are, if we can even show this on the stream. I know they have their own thing. Oh, okay. This is some interesting stuff here. I mean, I could probably show just the images alone, not the, you know, Reddit in general. I know they get particularly crazy, you know, showcasing people's names and stuff like that. All right, so bring this over. This is one image, although it doesn't really show much. I think this is what we see on the Squadron 42 that we saw. But I'll bring up the other image. I think this is a better image. in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, this is a great distinction. So this one obviously looks like the, yeah, this is the battleship bangle. This is the carrier from the looks of it, right? Or am I wrong? And then, yeah, you could clearly see the distinction between the engines. Yeah, this would be interesting because, I mean, I would imagine you and I'm just, maybe you and others are thinking that it's going to be this iteration of the battle crew is going to have sort of a representation of this, I guess, variant of the bangle. Yeah. I mean, these are massive though. Like, look at the size up against the station here, or whatever station this is. Still, it's massive. I mean, even the guns on this bangle is insane. Even has one in the back. Pretty damn good coverage. I don't know if there's one on the bottom, right? I could see that there's little something sticking out, like covering the top side and the bottom side, you know, of the bangle, making it pretty good for coverage. You know, if this turns out to be it, man, this is going to be a top seller. I think the battleship only has the 3 turrets on top. I could see something sticking out the bottom, but yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty overkill to have, you know, one top with, you know, and then the other on the bottom. And then I would imagine the, you know, the bottom would have like smaller, you know, turrets and stuff. Also, they definitely changed stuff. Just realized the battleship turrets only have 2 guns compared to the 3 we saw in the latest version. Yeah, that's a good point. So they I mean, unless this is a different ship altogether, or it's a updated iteration of the ship. I mean, since there's no confirmation, it's just speculation at this point. I mean, this is obviously a clear. This is going to be, you know, the carrier bangle from the looks of it, and then we know that in general this is going to be a battleship bangle. But for them to use the assets of this makes a lot of sense for the battle cruiser. Oh, you definitely updated things. I remember in the video of UE Navy was heavily beam weapon focused. The battle between the Cap ships looked like something out of Star Trek. Looks like there's a video. Let's see, bring up the video. Just want to make sure. Oh, this is some other creator. In fact, just want to scope out. Interesting. Okay. So from this person's channel, let's see. I'm not gonna play their video, but we'll skip through what they're showing. This is what we were looking at And and we have another image he's showcasing. Okay, which iteration of the bangle is this though? Is this the, oh, this might be the carrier from the looks of it, because it has the runway on the top here. That's the full carrier. So that's the one we saw time to time in the past before server meshing, you know, flying around, you know, with the escort of the Idris and Hammerhead and stuff like that. This is what we saw. Or at least what I saw, you know, at times. Although this one has, look at the engine. So the engine's on the top as well, and the bottom. That's a creature that gave you nightmares after fighting it. Oh, you went and shot at it while it was just doing its, I guess it's pathing around stations and stuff. You are a brave soul. I'd imagine you ended up in prison after that. Let's see. Although, is this the main bangle or is this just the bangle carrier still? Let's see. I think he's just going back and forth. Oh, you guys took it down. That's awesome. Yeah, you're gonna have, like, I think once it gets released into the game, you're gonna have a lot of people stealing it off of other players. And I found it funny in one of the videos on one of the social media sites. One of the commenters said, there's going to be a player that's going to solo this ship. We all know that. There's going to be a player or players that are going to solo it. I mean, if I do end up pulling the trigger and actually going to get it, I'd probably be one of those players. It's just so funny to me. Just to attempt it. Why not? I mean, the other one was like somebody using it to do bunker missions and you know, cargo missions and stuff like that. It would be hilarious. The sheer amount of guns is nuts. The PDC turrets are minimum size force. My God, that's insane. You could just have your PDCs just destroying an Idris pretty much on its own. If they ever bring back NPC Idrises back in the into the verse. Well, that's if they allow, you know, the ship. I know with the current iterations with PDCs, with large ships, only attacks certain size ships. I think Pipeline just got something. Oh, yeah? Well, what do they get? They're cooking, meaning the pipeline or CIG? All right, nice. Now we have 1.8 6 SUs in the depot, enough for us to complete the mission. Oof, I had to sneeze. I don't want to blow out your eardrums, guys. And we don't have to deliver that much, not too far away. Oh, check my Discord. Give me a sec. I'm gonna check it as soon as I get to the station here.
Welcome, General.
I keep hearing the sound effect, like if my either tractor beam or whatever is on. I guess similar to like if you're spooling your ammo, those annoying sound effect. I think this Invictus is probably going to be. I mean, unless they have something up their sleeve for IAE, I think Invictus is probably going to be their biggest thing, this year. Sort of like last year's Invictus with the Idris coming in, the highlight of the year, so to say. All right. Okay. It actually worked this time. All right. We're going to pull up Discord. And oh, interesting. You mind if I pull this up on the screen, Rivicara? All right, cool. All right. See if I can bring it over this way. The Squadron 42 page on the website is now almost fully blank, except for the trailer at the top, the mailing list sign-up form. Launches 2026 at the bottom. Its previous had a bunch of info about the game. Make of this what you will. Well, what is this telling us now? That they're really fully committed to the launch of Squadron 42. I mean, that's what I'm getting from this. Oh, let's see. We're gonna zoom in. All right, update. It is believed that the Anvil will be revealing a brand new ship in 2956 that industry insiders have described as the future of the modern naval warfare. All right, let's go to the next image. Can we? Oh, it doesn't do that. Let's see. Bring this out of the way a sec. And put it back in. Since it doesn't want to play nice. The Anvil battle cruiser. That's interesting. I'm pretty surprised if this is true. And it's going to be called Odin. That's a pretty cool name for a battle cruiser. I mean, yeah, well, Jared was right. It is one of the older manufacturers. Anvil is one of the older manufacturers. This actually is a shock to me that they decided to go with Anvil. I would have thought it would been I thought it would have been Aegis, you know? Aegis has all of those military ships. I guess they're trying to spread out the love among the manufacturers. You know, RSI having the Bangles, Aegis having the Javelin, you know, the Idris, you know. But it's good to see that they're spreading apart, you know, the love amongst the rest of the manufacturers. Also, I swear that they chose that name to get one over on Hater. I don't know who Hater is. Is that a game or is that a person? From what I remember, the guy used to be the lead data miner for the pipeline, now doing his own thing. Was convinced there was a ship coming down the pipeline called the Odin. Now there finally is. Odin is such an epic name. Having a Viking god of a ship if I do in fact get the ship, my character is going to have long blonde locks. It's going to go very well with Castra. Castra has that like Viking kind of feel to it. At least that station that I can recall that they showcased on in CitizenCon. I don't know which year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Totally fits with the Anvil's naming conventions too. Asgard, Valkyrie, Odin. Yeah, makes sense. You know, the thing that sucks is about this transport here I have to drop this off into the freight elevator, I imagine, right? I'm wondering if the pad has... Can we drop it off at the pad's freight elevator? Would that still count towards the mission? So, for the the external freight elevators. So, with the this pipeline that you follow, have they been 100% right at the time, or have they got things wrong? They're pretty good and usually fairly accurate. In this case, they're picking up on the changes on RSI's made onto its own site. So essentially most of they're grabbing all of this just from the website alone, not the game itself. Pretty crazy how people can do this sort of stuff. Need to hydrate. My character's thirsty. During the April Fools, yeah. Yeah, I would not have picked up on that, so it's an inside joke. So this the 400i essentially. I mean, I thought that Behind the Ships was a pretty funny episode. All right, so
please visit again.
We got to find the pads outside the station. I think I saw some pads over here. Do you have anybody in your org, or do you have a bunch of group, or one person or individuals that are looking to try to snag a battle cruiser? All right, so we're going to park ourselves adjacent to the platform here. Oh, you have one? Not sure if he will or he won't. But it's looking like it might edge towards Will right now. I guess the hype around the ship is going to determine that for a lot of people. Yeah, the Javelin is going to be a hell of a thing to crew up. You know, I think the NPC cruise is going to help tremendously in that regard. Unfortunately, not everybody has the capacity to, you know, play the game, let alone, you know, you have people that play the game 5 hours a week. 5 hours a week. You know, and who are actively supporting the game. But we know that the NPC crew is going to come in after 1.0. I'd say that the blades can temporarily solve the situation. Oh yeah. I didn't get the chance to watch that video. Just going to repeat what you said. CIG likely need to improve performance too. You see that video Detox brought out a couple days ago about the 150 player battle event. It practically ground the server to a halt. I mean, in fact, that's good, great data for the game in general. Great data for, people working on server meshing. I'd imagine Benoit and his team are working on that kind of stuff. What the actual hell is going on here? I seriously can't use my tractor beam. Is this a joke? I seriously can't use my tractor beam here. I would have to come back with another ship in order to do this. That is so crazy. Wow. I understand why they did this, but this is nuts. Especially if you have a reclaimer. Well, one, you're really not supposed to be doing these. I would imagine you're not supposed to be doing these kinds of missions with a reclaimer. It's really probably supposed to be done with a Vulture or a Fortune. So seriously, we would have to go back to, I'd imagine, Grim Hex being the least painful, or probably nearby. Where are we? I think we're in the Hurston area, so we'd have to go to Port Tiza to grab another ship to drop this off. Kind of breaking the experience here. Yeah, so we're in the Hurston system. We're at Her L1. Seriously. Yeah. This is abuse to the reclaimer. This poor ship is getting neglected. I don't know. Perhaps my next video is to discuss the current iteration of the Reclaimer. What do you think? I haven't done one for Reclaimer Hull C. I haven't been doing Hull C stuff. At least their cargo space is somewhat usable, unlike the 600i. What's going on with the 600i? Is the cargo grid on the lift, or is it upstairs on the peripheral inside the ship? It's even worse. My God, the disrespect to these ships. I mean, I can imagine the disrespect to people that have the executive 600i probably follow suit. So I have to manually try to find Hurston because for whatever reason the marker's not working for me. Are you kidding me? That is so convoluted, and it doesn't make any sense to do that. I mean, that's even worse than the Taurus. You know, the Taurus has the rear area for the additional cargo, you know, boxes and stuff. Although a quick fix to that is having like a small lift for that little area to load it up would be nice, but well, I mean, if for, you know, I think overall, I think they should do an overhaul on making sense of this all. I mean, I think they're one of their solutions was to allow for players to break up the boxes at their personal storage. For example, if you have a 32 SU box, you could break it up into smaller pieces, which is a workaround, right? In that regard, yeah. I mean, it does save them countless hours or days to, I don't know how long, to rearranging and redoing the entire grid on every single ship and layout. But yes, an overhaul definitely has to happen in ships like the Taurus. By far, if what you're saying is true, I gotta like look into this. I'll have to take your word for it. 600i being that way is by far the worst iteration for gridding a system like that for cargo. And definitely in dire need of a gold standard, which hasn't been mentioned in quite some time, or any updates. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces as well. I think there's this sympathizing of the community that gets frustrated on adding more things to the game. I love my golden boat, but I But my God, I wish it would be able to take cargo. I mean, the only time I ever take the 600i is going out to explore. I mean, hence exploration and stuff. I mean, I never thought to get into the ship and do cargo hauling, but it does have the capabilities to do so. But I didn't know the kind of state it was really in. I never really looked that deep into it. And going back to what I was saying, having, you know, if you're on the tier where you have the 600i, specifically the executive 600i, is a slap in the face, really. You know, in terms of like having that specialized ship. In fact, I think I'm so close to getting that too. It's going to be a slap in my face soon. Well, thing is, I have to say is there are things that are progressing forward in the project, and there are other things that get neglected. And I think, you know, I guess it's all, there's a little bit of trickle in different categories when I say this. CIG listens, you know, obviously, if there's something that really is bending the knee to change something, if most of the community doesn't like something, they do end up changing something. I guess it's just not enough voices on the matter of, you know, specifically 600i, Taurus, Reclaimer is another one, you know, probably not enough people, you know, yelling about it to make it more of a priority. But again, there's a lot of moving pieces. Chris, on the other hand, I don't know why he keeps adding more things to the game. I think it's great, but I think at some point in time is to say, all right, we have a lot in the game. And then we need to slow down on other aspects. I know that it's difficult for them to, like, on every patch that they go forward and adding different things, ends up breaking other things and having bugs into the game when ships probably get added and stuff like that. Game features to, you know, keep the old base happy, like us, going to QV Breaker Station, all these different things that they add into the game ends up breaking going forward into the game. Adding more complexes, making it look like nothing's happening, nothing's changing, or at least making it feel like there aren't any improvements. However, the thing is, I think we're going to be looking closely on all of this. And I say this, hopefully we get, you know, Squadron 42 this year, and it ends up being true. Once that comes out, right? I think a lot of us are going to be looking at, once that's out, that should mean that the developers that were working on the project shifts their attention to Star Citizen, and then we can go from there. You know, I mean, it's at this point it's a speculation. But we'd imagine that, you know, once Squadron is out, and cross our fingers, no, you know, there's probably going to be bugs. It's so they might have to maybe throw some patches out maybe for it. Who knows? We don't know. But I'd imagine most of the developers would get shifted to Star Citizen, and hopefully that will speed up things of the development cycle for Star Citizen. On the road to 1.0 for all of us. Oh, there it is. Looking for the marker.
Your landing assignment has been revoked. There is
How
already a
dare you
space
revoke
assigned to
me?
this vehicle. Touchdown. Welcome to Lawville.
Touchdown is right. Now we have to take the cargo out and go to another ship and bring it over to her L1 to complete this. Yeah, so there's another, and I've said this in the past, somebody commented on one of my videos on, you know, I think for all of us, I think, you know, Squadron 42 is going to be a cornerstone of this, I think, the entirety of the existence of Star Citizen, you know, Squadron 42, etc., and the company. And we all hope, right? Squadron 42 is a great success. Like, there are several things that can happen. This turns out to be a success, big turnaround in the Star Citizen history. Uh-oh. Okay, not too bad. Be nice if this went all the way to the ground, but it doesn't. But, back to what I was saying, is that, you know, we all hope that Squadron 42 lands on its feet and ends up being a great turnaround for the history of the game, so that it, you know, further develops Star Citizen as we all enjoy and love, and Squadron 42 ends up being a fun one-player experience, you know, for folks that play on PC and those who play on consoles and stuff like that. And then obviously the darker truths, and the other one would be like it ends up having problems, but, you know, still being able to get through, but complicating the project a bit more further. Why am I doing this? We got to get another ship. And then the last one would be, to my knowledge, would be the worst case would be Squadron 42 failing, and then the entire project is scrapped. It'd be the worst, probably out of all gaming history, probably the worst catastrophic thing that has ever happened in gaming history. But obviously, you know, for us folks, we're rooting for it to be a great success. We're rooting for, you know, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen to be a great success. one of those stories that can pull through. In fact, a major revolution as well, once it pulls through, for the entirety of the gaming industry. In fact, projects like this can exist, can be trusted going forward. If there's ever somebody with a great, extremely large dream to craft something of their world and dream being fulfilled, that sends a great message to those who have the dream to create their own game. We're going to bring out the Titan. I think the Titan is going to be good for this mission. Heading back with this one SU box to deliver over to her L1. In fact, I'm going to bring it away from the platform. I don't want it to get sucked down. But I think the optimistic approach here is it will highlight the success, will highlight to those who think anything is impossible that there is truly something possible to realizing their own dream and then creating their own project. Going forward, it is in fact quite possible. For a second, I thought I can lift the Titan. Oh, I can't. Sounds good, Revocare. Thanks so much for tuning in, hanging out, and chatting with me. Enjoy dinner.
Aegis combat assist activated.
Attention, pilot, you are cleared for takeoff.
Oh, nice. I have a few camera angles with this ship. Actually, I have just one or two. I do love, especially with these kinds of ships, I always love going out this way. And particularly like this, giving the background like a little bit of a blur. If I can get it. There it is. Perfect. All right, here we go.
Please visit us again. Remember, if you're contemplating a...
So cool. I always love doing that. And it looks like they fixed that graphical glitch that happened in previous patches at Lorville, specifically Tisa Spaceport.
Quantum trap initiated.
On another note, I noticed that there was a new game that came out. I don't know, maybe yesterday or so, or recently. It looks like another game that's in development. It's a pirate game, and it looked pretty interesting. I don't know, maybe I'll do a stream of it maybe this weekend, or at least between tomorrow through the weekend or so, just to change things up here. All right, so it looks like we're gonna have to go inside because we can't pick up the one SU box. We'll be able to use our tractor beam once we're in our personal hangar. Ooh, I think we're gonna die. Oh, man. Yeah, that was stupid. That was really, really dumb. I was so confident that we were going to stop before slamming into the hangar doors and then our death. Whew, I just made this into a nightmare. One mission. I can't even get done. Well, the last one was on me. That was a skill issue there. Now, I don't know what happened to our salvage. I'm pretty sure we lost it completely. And even if we can, somehow get it back, I don't think we can. I mean, maybe we can. Maybe if it's floating around, we can open up our whatever ship we're going to be jumping into. We could probably just let it fall into our ship somehow, since we can't use our tractor beams in the armistice zone in her L1.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
It's weird. Our Titan apparently is unknown rather than destroyed, even though it blew up on us.
Your insurance claim has been set.
Let's see. I want to see if I have any of the other ships. I don't think I have the Fortune. Or do I? No. I think I have the Vulture. Let's see, Vulture.
Keep it moving.
Yeah, we have the Vulture. We'll bring that out.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I mean, with this introductory mission, Vulture, Fortune, even the Salvation is going to be incredibly efficient. Oh, obviously, Salvations would probably be the most efficient. These are also going to be efficient as well, the Fortune and the Salvage. Vulture. Vulture, so Salvation, Fortune, and Vulture. I guess once we get up to the larger missions, I mean, I don't know much about the larger missions or if it's going to be convoluted, you know, in the same respect that we would have to, you know, load up another ship to bring it to the location, just as we had with the introductory mission that we're currently still on, trying to finish. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I am surprised we're still alive. Nobody has decided to blow us up.
Shield system online. Shield system offline.
I guess I have no, camera angles for the ship. So the first thing I want to do is I want to check to see if the 1SU box is still by the station where he just blew up.
Quantum drive is now on.
Wow. I mean, I thought we'd be at the site by now. Still at 50 gigameters away. This ship probably has a really, really slow quantum drive on it.
Quantum fuel is at 50%.
I wish there was a way to like shut off this waving thing that they going on here with the camera. All right, there it is. I think this is our camera angles I want to roll with the Vulture. All right, we are about to arrive. Question is, will our 1SU box be still around, or maybe somebody took it?
Quantum drive is now off.
Man, we just made it here. Something I noticed. We're down 175k in the tank.
Shield system online.
All right, I see an unknown right by the front of the hangar. Is that our package or? Oh, it was nothing. I mean, for a second I thought it was something. Oh, maybe this is it. I think, yeah, this is we were where we died. No, this is a cutter. No, I think we lost it. What is that? Oh, what used to be a Gladius. And I think this is a bike just hanging outside the door here. Yeah, I think we lost our RMC. I mean, not unless for some weird reason it gets automatically put into our personal storage in the station in case of a situation like that where we just died going into our personal hangar. So unfortunately, we have to abandon this mission. Oh man, yeah. Although I mean, we were discussing not the total 3 hours, but only because we were discussing the battle cruiser and the ironclad and stuff like that, doing some research. But for most of the for some of the stream, I haven't been very productive in the verse. I mean, having a good time, chatting and whatnot. Discussing the Star Citizen development, all that sort of stuff. But we haven't made a lick of any UEC yet. Could be just bad luck today for us. I wonder if I should do, maybe I will at some point, similar to what I did with the QB breaker station, breaking it up into a short version of how to do the mission, so to say, meaning like the QB breaker station. Oh, I've already done that. I'm sorry. The logistics station I was talking about, what I meant to say, the Vandal Tech Smugglers mission. And also, I don't think I've done, although there are a few things I haven't fully done yet, was a line of mine off the top of my head. I'm just actually looking at my QT, the quantum fuel. It's actually stuck at 125. That's why I paused a second there. It's like nothing's moving. But back to what I was saying, I haven't done a line of mine yet.
Is now off.
In fact, I don't even know if we're going to be able to get out of here because our fuel is so low. I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens after doing this mission. But anyways, I've done the Vandal Tech Smugglers mission. I was wondering maybe I could do a shorts version of that, similar to what I did with the QB breaker station, aka Rock Cracker. And a line of mine, I would have to do a full run through. I haven't done a full run through. I don't even know, can it be done solo? I probably can. But in the meantime, I could definitely do the Vandal Tech Smugglers mission for any, I guess, new players or players that want to come back to the mission and have an idea of what to do and stuff like that. Although everything is pretty straightforward, I'd say for new players it'd probably be a little confusing. You know, compared to the Vulture and doing it with a Reclaimer, my God, what a 9-day difference. You do in like 2 seconds with a Reclaimer, this job. How do we do this? Let's see. Is there a... I think one of the heads turns into a tractor beam. Let me see if I could do that. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is the drag tool. Much better. Yeah, something I forgot to consider is that mining salvage heads in general, I think have a percentage of how much it collects and how much how much it collects efficiently is probably the best way to say it compared to other mining heads. And I think it's a module that helps collect a bit more efficiently. So, I mean, that makes sense. If we're using the reclaimer, it's probably not scraping it efficiently. Although, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You could probably throw a module on to help scrape it better. But I'd imagine there's probably going to be, you know, one of those things where one ship is going to have a better time doing it than the other, and the reasons, you know, whatever they are. The you know, mining head in this case, I think, is just as simple as that, just the mining head. I don't know, just giving its clear distinction from each other. All right, did we complete the job? It looks like it. Wow. So this does a lot better job at, you know, when it comes to efficiency. So we have almost, seriously, almost 3 SEUs of RMC. So just from doing it with the Vulture. I'm going to see if we can actually make it an even Stevens 3 SEUs if we can. I mean, we're seriously trying to skin the turkey for whatever it has left. I don't know, it doesn't want to play nice in this angle. So what we're going to do is turn it back. Okay, maybe this way. I don't know, why is it worse this way? All right, we got some RMC on the wing still. In fact, what if we do this? Turn the backside and leave it right about there. I've never worked so hard just to get 3 SCUs of RMC off of Gladius. Yeah, so I what I see is that the graphics show like I'm actually scraping, but over here is not reflecting that. And this bit of the HUD, where it tells you how much SCUs is scraping off. Or rather, in this case, both sides, depending on which configuration you're in. All right, I'm just gonna settle with 2.9. But I want to see if we destroy it, if we're gonna get some sort of RMC from it. Oh, wait a second. Some reason we got more coming out of this wing. All right, let's fracture it. And where is that? Okay. Left Alt W, here we go. All right, there it is. Okay, what's just happened? Oh, we didn't disintegrate it yet. I guess we're too far away. So if it gets out of sight, it resets the, I guess, a timer to disintegrate it. All right, finally, there it is. All right, let's head over back to the station. I'm pretty sure the rest of the materials is construction.
Shield system offline.
Realize it's a relatively small station. There we go. It's able to avoid going down the ladder. All right, so yeah, we have 2.98 RMC. So you get a lot more with the Vulture than, you know, with the Reclaimer. But the Reclaimer, you get it, you do it like instantaneously. It's just, you do it one shot and that's it. And we can't craft the rest. Such a shame. We have the rest stuck inside the chamber here. I mean, it would be nice if they, you know, we can craft smaller boxes. I would assume maybe at some point in the future that when they allow us to, I guess, craft certain size boxes or whatever. I mean, we can craft other things like what we see here with the remaining materials that we have, but we, you know, if you don't, you're essentially just, you know, wasting away the rest of the materials. Oof, look at that. We finally we just got one mission done. There we go. Finally. So the initial mission opened up a door with more missions, which is good. So the introductory opened us up to, I think this is the first one we might have did. Oh, no, this is not it. Oh, no. The introductory is just one SU. These are different, you know, size, different amount of quantities. And this one being the least at 2 SCUs for 27K. Although this is pretty cool. At least, you know, they added, you know, like different things to the salvage mission, like bringing back 4 quantum drive size 1s. Although I don't know where you're going to get 4 quantum drives. Maybe there are 4 ships that we have to go to a site, and then 4 power plants. Actually, let's check out the mission before we head out. Let's see. I'm just skimming through it. All right, so effectively wants us to remove any abandoned ships, and essentially removing quantum drives, power plants in this case. But nothing to do with salvage. I mean, we could bring the... No, we can't, actually. I was thinking of bringing the Reclaimer back out, but the problem is... what is this? The Melodic Fields Station at Hurston L4. Legrand. I think we still have to park our Reclaimer docket, so we're still forced to use a smaller ship to get into the station in order to use our tractor beams, which is very convoluted still. I'm trying to see whether or not can we fit all of the size 1s, including, you know, stripping down the ships in this ship. I mean, this is basically our well, we have our 8 SU grid here. No, actually, I think it's more than that. Or is it just 8 SUs? Yeah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then stacking them is 8. I mean, it doesn't stop people from throwing it. The rest in, you know, whatever space they can do. But it just risks, when going in quantum or traveling around, things clipping through the ship. We're not going to take that. We're not going to take that chance. We're going to grab another ship that we can carry around the components we need to drop off at L4.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
All right, let's see what type of ship we want to take out with us. Something not too massive. We want something enough to carry around the components. Can the Clipper do it? 12 SUs? I mean, it wants us to bring 8 components, but the components could be different sizes. Sometimes it doesn't fit right in the grid. Oh, actually the Vulture has 12 SUs. in fact, I'm going to take a chance with the Vulture. Since it has the, cargo capacity, 12 SUs, same as the Clipper.
Your vehicle
On
has
top
been
of that,
loaded
we
to the
can,
following location. Please
you know,
visit us
leave
again.
any
Goodbye.
materials in the depot. Unless that's counting the depot itself as, SU storage.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake Interplanet.
Please tell me I've... Oh, I didn't refuel my tank. Oddly enough, I'm surprised we haven't run out of gas yet. Surprisingly. But it's better to be safe than sorry. It's probably easier just to go to a pad at this point. Are there any pads here? Let's see. Yes, there are. Just gonna go to the pad instead.
Shield system online. Launch complete.
No, no, it's not. It's not popping up for us here. Landing service is not working.
Launch.
Let's try the other pad here. Oh, there we go. Maybe the other pad was borked.
I'm sorry. Due to inactivity, we have been forced to assign your landing zone to another customer.
Launch.
All right, I think we're pretty good to go. Let's head over to the site.
Shield system offline. Landing gear up.
Oh, crap. I forgot about this. This is annoying. I hate Discord. Give me a sec. I gotta fix something on my end. I don't know. For whatever reason, Discord like shuts off the recording. Specifically the NVIDIA capture. Like if I activate like, I don't know, stream mode so you guys don't hear the notifications and stuff. It just gets annoying after a while. And maybe there's a way to, you know, turn that off. I have to look more into it.
Quantum drive is now off.
Okay. So I'm not paying attention today. So this mission wants us to, I guess, while we're out in the verse, salvaging and stuff, we're supposed to collect. I mean, we could probably buy it too in order to complete the mission. But the idea is to collect 4 quantum drives size 1 and 4 size 1 power plants. So to work in conjunction with the other mission sets and stuff. I don't know, if I'm thinking the way that this is supposed to work, after doing the initial mission, just to get these additional missions, doing the fee, getting the rights to the salvage, works in conjunction with these other mission sets, which makes a bit of sense. Me, you know, delivering 2 size shield generators, and the one that we have is 4 size shield generators and 4 size 1 power plants. And this one is 5 SU of RMC. Oh, this one wants us to collect and delivery. One of the following: deliver to her L1. 10 of construction rubble, 15 of construction pieces, 25 construction salvage. I'm not sure how this is going to work. I'm more curious about this one. The other ones are very, you know, pretty straightforward. I know how to, you know, take the components off the ships and stuff like that, which you could do with, you know, with these fee variety missions that we have here. And then this one's straightforward, just 5 SUs of RMC. I want to check this one out. I want to see what this is about.
Quantum drive is now off.
All right, here we go. This one wants it to deliver, but where's the collection point? Collect one of the following: construction rubble, construction pieces, and construction what? I vaguely remember the construction rubble and all that sort of stuff. How do we get it? Okay, so for advice on salvaging, consult a salvager's guide to material collection in your Moby-Glass journal. Okay. Oh, okay. Why does it do that? Why does it just like skip through a bunch of stuff? Yeah, it just skips through a bunch of stuff there. Okay, there it is. Maybe it's my scroll wheel. It just ends up scrolling through. Let me try it with my other scroll wheel. See what happens. No, same thing. So this is on the game side. Yeah, it made me think that there was less stuff here. Yeah, so this is bugged. Okay. You gotta like click on this little bar here in order to get to the middle. But anyways, there is a guide A Salvager's Guide to Material Collection. Components and cargo. We already know this part. Hull scrapping. We know about RMC, construction material. But what about the other? Oh, here it is. Structural salvage. Structural salvage takes recovery operations beyond the surface, breaking down derelicts into their raw framework to harvest useful commodities. The process begins with fracture mode. So that's all I need to know. So you get these, essentially, from what I'm gathering, is from fracture mode. This is followed by disintegration mode, which further breaks down the wreckage yielding various unrefined construction materials ranging from construction rubble to construction pieces to construction salvage, depending on the salvage ship used. All right, so more or less from disintegration mode gets us these 3 type of materials. So obviously, in order to get to disintegration mode, we have to fracture the ship. Now I have a larger picture of how these missions work. So essentially, the very first introductory mission of salvage, you just basically salvage a Gladius, deliver to wherever, via Nyx, Stanton, or Pyro, whatever station they tell you to go to, and then it unlocks all these other different missions. Now, once unlocked, these other missions that you have to pay a fee work in conjunction with the paid missions, if that makes sense to you guys. All right, so in that case, we're going to do a cutter. We'll do the cutter. 2K, there we go. And we're going to head over.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, interesting.
Quantum drive is now off.
Let me look at this really quick and I'll let you guys know. So somebody in Reddit 2 hours ago said the new page on the Galacticpedia just appeared. The battle cruiser is called Odin. Let me just verify this really quick. That's so funny. So it is in fact It is, in fact, on the RSI site. Yeah, if you guys go to the Galactopedia, you could see it. Let me see what happened here. Okay. Yeah, so if you're on the RSI site and go to Galactopedia and search for Odin, it is in fact on there. It says pending review by the ARC research team. I'm not sure what that means. I'll pull it up for you guys in a second if you guys want to see it. I mean, we're pretty much at the site here. Might as well show you guys. Oh, somebody mentioned some more confirmation on somebody took a snippet from the website. Update, here we go. It is believed that Anvil will be revealing a brand new ship in 2956 that industry insiders have described it as the future of modern naval warfare, reinforcing Revacara's data miners, what they've discovered. Let's see, and trying to find that oh, let's check this out too together. Oh wait, I don't want to show. Oh, here it is. There's a website. Let's see what the website is about. Okay, this is RSI. Okay. Launches 2026, as they told us. And with SQ-42 gear, as you can see here. They showed us this as well. That's about it. I mean, I think the highlight is what? From Pipeline's Squadron 42 website updated now, it's almost fully blank except for the trailer at the top, mailing list sign up pretty much at the bottom here, and launches 2026 at the bottom. Well, we're earlier, you know, in the stream talking about this. I mean, perhaps this may, you know, that would be crazy thing if, you know, they do everything during Invictus. Launching Squadron 42, I mean, it makes sense. It's very themed around military and all that sort of stuff. Along with the battle cruiser, along with the Ironclad, man, it would be an unforgettable Invictus. That would be an amazing surprise. Give me a sec. I'm looking quickly through this. Oh, here it is. So there it is. Odin. Further verification. So the pipeline leakers got it all on point. I mean, this is not showing it's Anvil, but the other one did show that it was Anvil, but it's, in fact, if you put them two together, Anvil Odin, although it doesn't really sound right, Anvil Odin. Like Anvil Valkyrie sounds good. Anvil Paladin sounds good. Anvil Odin. Yeah, so it's safe to say that the Anvil Odin will be the battle cruiser. Give me a second. I'm curious to see if I can shut off something in Discord so you guys don't keep hearing the sound effects and stuff like that. Okay, where is this? Where is it? Man, oh man, I am like thinking to myself, am I slow today? What's happening? I can't even find the where is the setting I'm looking for? Okay, I don't know. For whatever reason, I can't find... Oh, there is stream mode. Alright. Stream mode is enabled. Hide my personal information. Hide invites. Disable sound effects. Disable notifications. Enable hardware acceleration. All right, I'm gonna try this one more time. I want to see if it knocks off our recording. If it does, then... Oh, screen capture. Maybe this is it. Hide Discord window from screen capture. Maybe this is it. Let me see. Turn that off. Ah, there we go. I think I just figured it out. So now you boys are not going to hear the beeping or whatever the hell the sound effects that Discord does. Yeah, that's it. Nice. I'm actually glad I was able to figure that out. I was like going crazy for such the longest time. All right, here we go. Let's head over to the site. Take apart the cutter.
Shield system online.
All right, we want to get out of this mode. How do we do that? We want to do Alt W. Okay, nothing's happening. Oh, okay. So we had to hit S to change it, I guess. There's a reclaimer out in the distance over there. All right. All right. First, we'll strip down the scrap on the outside, and then we'll take apart the components next. I'm not sure what's happening with the left side. The left side's not doing anything. Oh, there we go. I guess we added on the tractor beam and salvaging orientation. I mean, we nearly finished half of, or at least one side of the cutter, and it's still showing 100%. Man, we are so unlucky today. Oh, crap. Wax on, wax off. And yeah, the cutter is still at 100%. Oh, okay, there it is. So I guess the indicator is bugged, but we had there was progress still going on. I think that's as much as we can, you know, scrape efficiently off the cutter here. So what I'm going to do is, before we fracture it, I'm going to pull off the weapons and the power plant from the ship before we fracture. I think we're going to set it right about here. Be the best and most efficient way to collect the size 1 and the size 1 power plant as well, since one of our missions require it. Well, it requires five of each. Size 2, really? I thought the for some reason I thought the cutter came with size 1s. Well, that's good that we can just get in. Oh, look at this. We have cargo inside of the cutter. So we have some aluminum, copper, and tin. What's the last one? Carbon. I don't know if this is new. I don't remember in the past, you know, doing these missions, we get these, you know, cargo boxes. Okay, why are we going so slow? So we have enough capacity to take all of it, but the problem is I don't think we're not going to have enough room for the power plant. Let's see. Okay, radar, relay, and quantum drive cooler. I think our power plant is shield generator probably behind here. There it is, power plant. And this is a size 1, even better. Oh, that's even better. So you can place it in these smaller slots, or at least these slots right over here, so we can bring extra components with us. Interesting. So we can take out radar components as well. Okay, I just realized, are we moving or... Oh, we are moving. Okay. I can't even find the other components that we just took out of the ship. Oh, there we go. Or no, that's the reclaimer out in the distance there. Oh, we can actually move the cutter around with this. All right, we got our other component over here. Okay, where is our ship? All right, there it is. Now I'm curious, can we stack these components? No, we can't. Oh, we can actually stack it on top of the box we have. Oh, wait, we can stack it. Okay. It's like these little tiny things I'm like still learning. As much knowledge I know about the game, like even today, I had no idea that there were different variants of the bangle specifically. And including, with the stacking, you can stack the components, as you can see here. Let's see. Can we move this over? No. This is where it's gonna live. And I felt like there was one more component we took out of the ship. Oh, it was the radar, but I don't know. It's probably lost in the void somewhere. I don't know where it went. I think with helmets having the ability to have, I don't know, some way like to track stuff like that, that'd be pretty good QOL, quality of life. You guys don't know what that means. And we picked up aluminum, which, what is the quality? Oh, 0? We're not throwing this out. We don't want 0. In fact, we get better quality from taking apart our own gear. We get 500. I don't know if that's going to change in the future. Okay, so in fact, can we see exactly what we have up front instead of going downstairs? I mean, we have our overall SUs of what we collected, not specifically, you know, RMC construction materials doesn't give us specifically. I guess the only way to get it is if we go downstairs. Maybe on the HUD here. Let's see. No, the HUD doesn't display it, unfortunately. I mean, I'm still learning about the salvage, but it doesn't, like, right off the bat, my first impressions of it doesn't seem like it's going to be the most lucrative way to make money in the verse, other than just, you know, being an activity in the verse and making a UEC while doing it and having fun with it. I just, at this point in time, I don't see it being very lucrative. I mean, I could see, you know, mining being very lucrative. You know, you could sell your very good quality stuff to other players. Maybe I'll have to look more into it. How, you know, maybe salvage is lucrative in another sense. So this mission requires 2 shield generators. So we would have to do one more of these missions. Claim the right. I think 315p might give us a size 1, as far as I know, in order to complete this mission, which wants us to drop off 2 shield size 1 shield generators. So we'll grab that before it goes away, and we're gonna head over to this site. I was thinking to myself, with the Ironclad coming in, the hauling version of the Ironclad, I'd imagine, if the inside is high enough and large enough, it'd be a pretty good ship for like a mining setup, a salvage setup. You put all of it in the ship and you head out in the verse and you do your thing. Like if it's so large, like the Expanse, I don't know how large, I have to look up the Expanse size, but if the inside of the Ironclad is large enough, fitting, like, even if you had the Salvation, which is a salvage ship, Golem plus Expanse on the Ironclad, there you go. You have yourself a mining operation there, or at least a solo operation. I mean, you can effectively do two industries.
Shield system online.
It would be pretty cool, if they have a mission, focus mission on ground combat and stuff like that, making these dropships more viable in the verse. Currently, right now, like, I think the only thing that the only event that really is viable for it is Jumptown. Although we haven't seen Jumptown in quite a bit. It's been a minute for that mission. Although while I like 2.0 Jumptown, I think it's missing a few marks. And that being said, there are two ways to get into the building. Although I wish that there were a way to get into the building from the bottom of the facility and then on the top of the facility, you know, like vents or whatever it is. So there's no more path of ways that other players or pirates, thieves can, you know, make their way into the building and exit the building. Paths of entries. And then on top of that, having the ability for the facility, anybody inside. So if somebody comes through with an A2 or even A1 and they drop a bomb on the facility, the blast will go through the facility and kill everybody inside the facility, which, you know, which would have people strategically essentially have defense on the facility. With the new MDCs, I think it's the MDCs, I don't remember the exact name, but it's a ground vehicle they've released with PDCs that will attack bombs that are dropped. It'll also attack enemy you know, light ships, just ships in general at a certain size, and missiles, in case missiles are launched. So providing a good, you know, ground defense in case somebody comes in with an A1, A2. Along with, you know, countermeasures. Well, countermeasures in somebody trying to drop a bomb, and then countermeasures, you know, when other ships come through. Gladius, Arrow, even medium-sized ships. Large ships, I don't know if it will attack. That's something I have to look more into, but with those other ships in mind, it will protect you from those. To an extent. I mean, those ground vehicle only could do so much, you know, before a fighter ends up taking it out. And then the other thing is about Jumptown. CIG has added way too many points of interest concurrently. You know, like if you wanted to do Jumptown in Microtech, you could do it in Microtech. If you wanted to do in Hurston, etc., you could do it in Hurston, which diminished the entirety of the event. You know, having it to being like you know, having everybody go to one site rather than having everybody spread out in the galaxy, it just made it less fun. The original Jumptown got it right. 1.0. You had one event, one place to go, and then have at it. And it was a great moneymaker too. Still is, you know, but Mace is still sells a lot in the market. I was about to say, I was like, we have like nothing left on this ship to RMC. Well, we have still a bit on this wing here. All right. So now we're going to jump out of the ship and collect whatever we can from the origin ship. I just realized it's probably above us because I'm seeing the shadow. Or is it? All right, there it is. All right, let's get the stuff off of the ship. My God, when can we get perfect ladder animation in this game? My God. Okay, we have 5 SUs of RMC, which is good. I think, in fact, one mission wants us to collect 5 SUs. And okay, we dumped the cargo that we had gotten from the cutter, aluminum, because it was 0 quality, so there's no point in taking it because it's pretty much worth nothing. I mean, it's worth something, but not worth enough to take it with us. Realize the 315 Origin 315 has a tractor beam on it. It's pretty big, considering the size of the ship. Can we take it off? Oh, interesting. Can take off the tractor beam. We have a size 3 repeater. Oh, okay. We can move the ship with our a little tractor beam. So we're gonna skip the size 3s because they're not exactly what we're looking for at the moment. Oh, gravity's still effective in this ship. Where are the components? They're probably in the outside of the ship. Makes more sense. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me see if can we get in the seat. Yes, we can. Okay, let's see if we can open up all of the doors and components. All right, there we go. We have everything all open. In fact, this ship is carrying cargo. I mean, it's not a bad tractor beam, placement on the nose for the 315. Okay, it's carrying waste. And what are the other things? More waste. Carbon. And what is the other one? Copper. Okay. Let's see. Where are the components? I mean, it would make sense if the components are, on the bottom of the ship, or, I mean, obviously it would make sense if they're on the top of the ship. It's like, how would you, if you're on the moon, if you're on a planet, because of gravity, it'd be very difficult to, change out components and whatnot. I mean, not unless the ship doesn't have physicalized components. Okay, there's nothing in here either. And I think this is just the landing gear. I guess the button just stopped working. This is annoying. We'll just get rid of these boxes. All right, I'm gonna check the inside one more time. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. that a door or is that me? Yeah, it is a door. It's probably the bathroom / shower. Oh, just a bathroom. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe the components are not physicalized on the 315. So the only things you could take off this ship are the weapons and the tractor beam. That's it. I mean, not all was lost. We got, you know, salvage out of this, but I mean that's something question of itself. It's like when are we going to get everything, you know, the components physicalized? The I know the Constellations, the Connies have this situation as well, which would make a lot of sense, the older ships getting physicalized first, but all right. So what can we actually turn in thus far? I seriously can't turn anything in yet. You know what? we're going to break it up. I'm wondering if we're going to get some of that material. One of the missions, we already have 5 SUs of RMC. We only need one of the other smaller, I guess, either construction rubble or I don't know what the other 2 were, but now I have to find the ship that we were... Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Nice. Okay. It's kind of annoying. It's coming at us. And doesn't look like anything's happening. Do we have to fracture it again? I don't think so. No, there it is. Okay. Oh, okay. I just slammed into it accidentally. Wow. Okay. This is not fun to chase after this. Let's see if we can just use the tractor beam to stabilize it. Okay, there we go. Finally. Oh. So after breaking it, there's still more RMC left on it. I don't know if that's intentional. Yeah, we're getting more RMC. That's a new discovery for me. Nice. There it is. We got the rest of the remaining of the ship. Now, I do want to check briefly before we move out. So I want to see what, materials we've gotten from that. Looks like our guy's getting pretty thirsty. Okay. Is he gonna drink it, or is he gonna... Are these empty? No, they're not empty. Okay, our helmet is still on for some reason. Okay, there we go. What's that noise? I keep hearing a noise like something's opening and closing. God, it's so dark in here. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay, we do have construction rubble. 1 SU. I don't know if the mission requires us to bring by SU. It didn't tell us the size according to the mission. Let's bring up the mission really quick. All right, so oh yeah, so it says just, it's not saying SU. As you can see here, it says 5 SU RMC. Here it's saying 10 of construction rubble. I don't know what that translates to as far as measurement. All right, so we're just gonna go over there, whatever we have, and see what happens. So we had to go to her L1. Actually, we'll set the mission, or the we'll set the tracking for it. All right, so we're gonna spit out the rubble. So we're also going to find out whether or not we're supposed to, refine the rubble in order to, do this whole thing. Or at least to finish the mission. All right, we'll leave it like that.
Shield system offline.
Okay, so we're just gonna have to manually set the delivery location, and that's not working. Okay, now, okay, there we go, and nothing's happening. Even better.
Quantum drive is now on.
Okay, now it's working. I maybe it's to do with the sun and stuff. I don't know, but now we got the marker to work for us.
Drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum fuel is at 50%.
All right. Just looking at something, I piqued my interest for a second since I'm having issues, you know, seeing if anybody follows me, subscribes to me, or anything like that. I've been having issues for months. I used to have it down packed. Used to be able to hear things, but I don't hear any of the notifications whatsoever. It's been driving me crazy.
Quantum drive is now off.
All right, here we go. So we're gonna drop off this stuff. In fact, that's right. Now I remember. So we're about to find out how these units work. The construction rubble.
Shield system online.
Oh my God. Why can't I slow down as fast as I'm going forward? We almost had a repeat
Landing gear.
from the last time, smacking into the inside our hangar. right, so we're gonna put our butt to the freight elevator, make it a lot easier to unload our cargo. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's get out.
Engines offline.
And then components, I mean, what do we do with this stuff? I would have to remember, if we put it down the freight area, we have to remember we have it here, per se. Okay, I think that's good. And we're gonna get the remaining, yeah, we're gonna get the remaining 5 SUs of RMC out. And I think that is it. Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to send this down. We're going to see what happens. Okay, so one of the things on our mission highlights, which is the 5 SUs, I'm wondering if it means that as well. So one of the things, 5 SUs, or the other 3 that we had. We're about to find out. I think, in fact, now I'm seeing it. We have to still collect the other. What? Yeah, see, we have to actually collect the rubble as well. And those are in SEU units. That's insane. Yeah, this is not my money maker. I mean, at least, what is the... So this is Angio Holding. We're probably in the very beginning. Yes, we are still neutral. It's crazy. After all of this work today, you know, doing this, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a salvager, after all. We're seriously 5 hours and a half. I mean, we did take a pause. Maybe roughly, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes of talking and stuff. But we've managed to accomplish not too much, really. Sadly. I think we... handful of missions. I think it was like 2-3 missions. Yeah, 3 missions. We Nope, that's not it. Oh, we've completed 4 missions. Handful still. 4 missions in 5.5 hours. So it would be... I would say that just to get out of neutral, probably... you know, maybe it's different once you get out of neutral. Just doing the fee versions and then seeing what that's like after that. All right, let me see. What time is it? Okay, it's almost 4. I think we're going to call it here, boys and gals. I had a good time, you know, for what it was. I had a good time. You know, it was a bit disappointing with the Reclaimer. Reclaimer, you know, is a neglected child still. But it gave me a bit more understanding what to expect in current 4.7, well, 4.7.1 on and when it comes to salvaging and how it works. I got a better picture of how it works and how it works in tangent with each other with the paid versions of the mission. Let me get my fat head out of the way. So, I think I said this at some point in the stream. If you guys were listening or you're just tuning in, I think we may, you know, do another pop-up stream between tomorrow, over the weekend. We'll see if we get a couple more in, but definitely another stream. It's gonna be. I think we're gonna do something other than Star Citizen. We may jump into that new pirate game coming out that has come out already. What is the name of it? Man, I gotta get food in me. I can't even think. I'm only thinking about food. So we'll grab this quickly. Windros, that's it. Yeah, so Rindros, I thought it looked pretty good. You know, it has ships in it. It has pirates. Sort of relevance to the game here. You know, and then it also has, you know, some sort of base building and all that sort of stuff aspect. I think we're going to give that a shot and see what it's like. I mean, it's on sale and it's another relevance. It's in, you know, I guess beta or alpha, sort of like this game as well. Anyways, I am blabbing on. I'm going to shut up and just say thank you so much to anybody who's tuned in today. During the stream, who's chatted with me. We had Cade that came through. Appreciate you if you're still around. Revacara, if you're still there, thank you so much for tuning in. And Bowie Master, if you're listening in the background, lurking, appreciate you. And anybody else who's tuned into the stream as well, appreciate you as well. If you do want to catch me, this is my regular stream days. Wednesdays, morning times, Eastern Standard Time. Any other day would be pop-up streams. They would coincide with the morning time, Eastern Standard Time. And I do have a Discord if you guys want to jump on it. Very, very loosey-goosey. You could join in, hang out. We have an RSS. I have an RSS feed. You know, you can come and go as you please. Nothing too strict. It's a place you could talk about games, you know, Star Citizen, World of Warcraft, any favorite game you have in mind. There should be, you know, links on whatever platform you're on. I think that's about it. And then also, those of you who've tuned into the recorded version, appreciate you guys as well. All right, guys. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take it easy.